K5. Anybody around? K5 TQQ. K5TQQ.
Morning, Chet. KA9DNO.
Hello, Pete. How's it going?
Not bad, not bad. And you?
Oh, I'm moving right along.
I woke up extra early this morning, couldn't fall back asleep, came out here. I'm way ahead of schedule.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, but I'm sure at about 7 o'clock tonight I'll be shot.
K5TQQ10.
K9DNO.
Well, I saw Wayne up at Ardmore yesterday.
Good. How was the Hamfest?
Well, I thought it was a little bit light. I was there last year and had a hard time finding a parking place, but this year it was pretty easy. So plenty of tables had stuff on them, but there just weren't many lookers or much money changing hands.
I have, since moving to Texas, I have never been to a Hamfest in Texas. I really have to make one sometime or another.
Well, Belton's a pretty good one. It's probably the best inside tailgate Hamfest. It happens twice a year here. So I was going to go this year, and when it got to be time, I just didn't feel good enough to make the trip.
Well, one of the reasons I want to go is to have an eyeball with everybody, you know, that I talk to. So that would be sort of fun. There's nothing I need.
Roger.
There's a model airplane version of a Hamfest that I go to. There's a couple of them that I go to. And again, there's nothing I need. The wife and I make a weekend out of it, and, you know, we have a good time, but mostly it's just to see a bunch of people.
Well, Ardmore, there were several hams there that I knew, and we all visited and carried on and everything, and it was a good outing away from the house. I sold one item and gave away two.
Yeah. It's always fun to look at the stuff, too. I used to go to the big Hamfests around Chicago, and, man, they had some big ones. And I saw a lot of stuff.
Yeah, Roger. Well, I went up and down the tables and looked around just to see if I could find some worthy trinket. As far as radios and amps and equipment goes, I have everything I need, so I wasn't looking for anything big, but you never know what's going to show up on somebody's table that's interesting.
You never know. And all of a sudden it's interesting, and you have to have one.
I think the folks that made the most money there was the doorkeeper and the people that brought pulled pork lunch.
Oh, it sounds like there was a good lunch there then.
Oh, there was. It was the same couple that were there last year, and I thought it was pretty darn good.
Well, good morning, N5 FT8.
Hey, Wayne.
Morning, Wayne. N5 FPD, K9DNO.
Hey, Pete, Chet, I don't know who else is here, but have been listening much, been talking my head off over on 60 meters. But, Chet, it was good meeting you, finally putting the face with a call letter.
Roger, it was good meeting you as well. You know, I still had a good time up there.
But I didn't get the chance to eat.
Oh, you missed out on some really good pulled pork sandwiches.
Well, you know, I love pulled pork, and we actually I had pulled pork Friday night, and with DUP and his lovely wife and a bunch of other guys that were there. It was good getting acquainted with some other folks, and my goodness, yeah, and Saturday, oh my goodness, I met and greeted so many people. I got hoarse before noon.
Roger.
So, what did people think of the rotor controllers there, Wayne?
Well, they didn't think as much as I had hoped, but I tell you what, and Chet can probably vouch for me, it was busy. I had lots and lots of people come over. Quite a few people took brochures, took business cards and all that kind of stuff, and I got a chance to show the MCI 102 as well. So that I think it was one of the better shows that I've been to as far as attendance and everything. That, you know, Oklahoma was good. Belton was probably the strongest one, but Ardmore was no slouch.
Good. I'm glad for you.
Good morning. It's FT8.
Now, you stood me up, Lonnie. I didn't see you in Ardmore, and good morning to you.
Well, I didn't go. I've got to go to Durant Wednesday, so I thought I'd just save that 300-mile round trip.
Well, I don't blame you. That's a long way to go, but you should have just went to Ardmore and forgot about Durant.
Yeah, you're probably right. Well, you ought to think about, give you plenty of time to think about it. I hear them guys talking about Claremore. I've never been there. The Green Country Ham Fest, it's in April, I think. According to Mason, it's as good as Belton.
You know, I have heard a lot about it, and I was trying to think of what that was. I'm glad you mentioned Claremore, because I'd forgotten the name. I don't even know where that is. Somebody said it was around Tulsa, but I don't think that's right. It's out on the west side, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's up there, Tulsa. It's up there. You know, the Will Rogers Museum and all that kind of stuff that Claremore too.
All right. Well, appreciate you refreshing my memory on that, because I would like to attend. April. Oh, I hope that's not in. I hope it's not in competition with Belton.
No, it's not. It's I don't know. It's just a little bit apart there. But I know that there's some of the possum trappers that go up there, and that's where the Kansas, Missouri, and all them guys come in there.
Well, that makes sense. That's a pretty central location for those folks. Well, I hope it's not a back-to-back thing. I'll tell you, going to Belton one week and going to Ardmore the next, that's strenuous work.
Make an old man out of you.
Makes you realize you're an old man.
Well, not much going on up here this morning, I don't guess. I guess today is Columbus Day, and I think they've added Indigenous People Day to that also.
Well, so which one are you celebrating, the Indigenous or the Columbus?
Well, I'm going to stick with Columbus.
Well, Columbus Day is the original, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, have you got all your Halloween candy bought there, Lonnie? They do celebrate Halloween in Oklahoma, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and we're probably going to have to buy some more because every time I go by there, I get one of them little Snickers out.
You better be careful. Your XYL might put a mousetrap in there.
I know it. So, yeah, we have to take a big, two of them big bags to the courthouse. I guess they'll do it on Halloween anyway that afternoon about 4 o'clock. I mean, here comes all the kids, and they come to the courthouse, so they hang around there and keep it going. But have a downtown trick-or-treat there.
The gal there at the hotel that I checked in, she was quite a sight. She had tattoos all over both arms. They weren't very nice tattoos. They looked like you'd taken a magic marker and drawn it on there. Anyway, they were tattoos of Halloween stuff. You know, she had a pumpkin on one arm and a skeleton on the other one and all that kind of stuff. And of course, what topped it off is she had a nice nose ring to go along with it. Every time I see something like that, I remember Grandpa putting those rings in the pig's nose there to keep her rooting underneath the fence.
Yeah, well, you should ask her if she's been fishing.
I asked her. I said, "Are those tattoos? Are those temporary?" And she said, "Oh no." I said, "Those are permanent." And I said, "Well, you must have a fond liking of Halloween then."
Yeah, see them with them nose rings and earrings in their face and all that kind of stuff. I asked them if they've been fishing because it looked like they fell in the tackle box.
I'll have to remember that. Well, I don't know if I should remember that, Lonnie. You know, I didn't win any prizes for talking to her that evening.
Well, the way you was describing them, first thing that come to my mind was prison tattoos. You know, they've got, those are not very good tattoo artists, some of them in the prison system.
Well, you know, I've seen some girls that have tattoos on it that they look really, really nice, and they're done very well, and somebody's, you know, there's an artistic thing to it, but these were, they just look like they were drawn on there with one of those Sharpies.
2 comments on that. Okay, once when I lived up north, went to a restaurant for fish, and the girl that waited on me had one of those piercings in her tongue, and it clicked on the back of her teeth when she talked. Pretty soon I couldn't hear a word she said, and all I could hear was the clicking. Number 2, I thought about a tattoo one time, and I had a friend that was a doctor, and they said, "You don't want to do that. That ink shows up in more places in your body than you want."
I have some information on that.
How many you got, Chet?
I don't have any, and I can tell you when I went through stem cell transplant therapy 11 years ago, I can't tell you how many times the different offices and doctors asked me if I had any tattoos. They were concerned about it.
But, and why were they concerned?
Hepatitis, maybe?
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know. I guess it's a fad. I remember my uncle, he had a tattoo, you know, one that he got when he was in Korea. It said Mom or something like that. And, I mean, it was done okay. And I had a friend of mine that lived over here at Lone Camp that had a couple of tattoos, but you couldn't tell what they were because, you know, he got old and they all got wrinkled up.
I got information on that.
Oh, go ahead, and good morning.
Good morning, everybody. It's WA5 FRF. I have exactly 3 tattoos. A little bitty dot in my right hip, left hip, and under my navel, which is what the X-ray technician used to align that high-dose radiation that took out my prostate cancer. Just little bitty dots, like a pencil dot. But on the prison deal, mentored a school back all those years ago, and kids built little rockets, and I put TV transmitters on them, and big kids built a big rocket. This thing stood 9-10 feet tall, used an M motor. Pete, you probably know what the ABCD classification on motors is. Every time you go up a letter in the alphabet, you double the thrust. So M is a lot of factors of 2 down the alphabet. Anyway, this thing, that motor would burn 7 seconds, accelerate that rocket to 400 miles an hour, and it would coast straight up for another 20 seconds, hit 8,000 feet, pop the chutes, and take 10-20 minutes to come down. So you had to be at a place with some room around you. Well, we had this school activity out at Hondo Airfield, and we launched that big old rocket. It was called Old Yeller. And we were coordinating that rocket launch with 2-meter handhelds. There was somebody standing right next to the rocket talking to everybody with a little 5-watt walkie-talkie. And we lit that thing off. Everybody was yelling, cheering. Boy, it was a beautiful launch. That thing hauled straight up. People were looking at it with binoculars, and pretty soon somebody says, "Hey, you need parachutes yet?" We didn't realize it, but you talk next to one of those barometric altimeters with the computer-controlled circuitry to activate the parachutes. When the barometric pressure quits going down, levels off, and then starts to come back up again, they kind of get their brain scrambled if you transmit next to them with a walkie-talkie. So the chutes never did deploy. We figured that rocket hit the ground doing 300+ miles an hour, turned that 8-foot tall rocket into a 2-foot deep hole, but it landed on the prison property, right next to Hondo Airfield. A couple of prisons, the Torres unit and the NA unit. One's a medium, one's a minimum security prison. So we had to go talk to the warden. You and he's a trouble boy, that kind of warden. And he made us literally comb that ground, picking up every scrap of that rocket. In particular, the rocket body was fiberglass wrapped cardboard concrete pouring tube. So the inside was cardboard, but the outside was fiberglass. And fiberglass, when you break it up, it has a lot of sharp edges. And that was his concern, that the prisoners who worked those fields would grab onto those broken pieces of fiberglass and use them as tattoo installers. So there's my experience with tattoo tools in prison.
Well, that's an interesting story there, Steve. Now, but you don't really have tattoos. You've got judicial markers there.
That is correct. I've never had a tattoo in my life. Never want one either.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Mr. Mike.
Good morning, Mike.
Where's your tattoo?
I don't have any either, so I'm game with the rest of the guys there. KE5YF.
Hey, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Some years ago, after I retired, I was helping a cop that was starting a security business, and he got a contract to install cameras into a juvenile prison in Brownwood, and I was helping him install the cameras, and we had to be so careful with the tools. Everything had to be inventoried, even a pen in your pocket. And I guess you don't want to leave a pen sitting around because those prisoners will use the ink for tattoo ink.
Oh, yeah. You talk about security. I've done a lot of religious retreats in prison. And we were going to do one of those, our 3-day deal, and we bring everything in a trailer. I mean, we bring them food, and oh my gosh, you never see somebody close their eyes and say, oh my God, it's been 10 years since I've had a hamburger. swoon over Hamburg. Anyway, we bring in everything, the tables, the material, the food, and this particular one, a guy was going to tow the trailer in, and something happened. He couldn't do it, so they called me up and asked me if I would go to Fredericksburg, Texas, get that trailer, and tow it to Hondo. So I said, yeah, sure, I'll do that. So I just had to tow it to Hondo. So I went out there, picked it up, towed it to Hondo. And I get there, and the guard says, I'm going to open this gate here, and I want you to tow this trailer down to that last building over there on the left. But first, we're going to have to search your car. I had no idea that I was going to have to drive actually onto prison property. And by the end, that guard was just shaking his head, laughing his ass off. They pulled 3 hunting knives, 4 screwdrivers, a tire iron. I mean, he said, what are you thinking? I said, I wouldn't. I didn't know what was coming on.
Like an acre, not a lot of land.
Key down Glory, W5XJ.
My dream house.
Good morning, Grant.
Good morning, Grant.
Hello to the great ones of Sideband. And Wayne, it was good seeing you at the Hamfest. I hope you sold a couple of those controllers.
Well, it was good seeing you too, Grant, but you didn't stick around enough for us to visit very long.
No, I had stuff to do, and I had to get back to watch Texas burn the Conestoga wagon team down, and they did, boy. They lit them up. They dropped a bomb on them, baby. It was amazing. It was a great game. But, yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed seeing everybody and got to see K5RHK, Ken from D. Queen, Arkansas. That was great. He was a good one, and I got to see a lot of people, including Jim, W5JO, the great one. I mean, golly. And I sold all my stuff except for one little stupid artificial ground. I don't even know who wants that anymore, but I'm going to keep it and try to sell it for the fam, and then we'll go from there. But it's pretty cool overall, I think, with everything that's happening here. Over.
Yeah, I got a chance to meet Jim as well, and I really enjoyed the visit. We had a couple of nice conversations going. And how many of those rotators did you buy?
I didn't buy any. I just had that one from that guy, that poor guy Tom.
What it is, I have no idea.
You talk about a reversal of fortune. I mean, he was all set to retire and have a nice life and everything. And then apparently his daughter kind of wigged out. Now he's having to raise his 3 grandchildren. Can you imagine?
This is KF5.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. I didn't have time to. As you noticed, I was probably talking to a bunch of other people when you came by, but yeah, I didn't know what. I guess I didn't understand totally the concept of what was going on, but I guess he was trying to make some money selling those. Those were brand new.
Oh, yeah, he wanted to move them and move them fast and move them hard, and he did. He's successful. I think he sold some stuff. I'd hate to lug all that crap around and never sell it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I understand.
But it was a good Hamfest. I enjoyed it. It was great to see everybody. You know, all the great guys that were there, they were worth talking to. I loved it. Like you. You were a good man.
Well, we didn't talk very long. You were kind of in and out. By the time I said hello, you were gone. You were doing another one of those walk-bys like 3785.
Yeah, that's right, and that's the way it should be. You know, it was a stop and chat for a moment, and then I had stuff to do. But yeah, you're right about that one, brother. I mean, no question about it, 100%. But you need to be selling and not listening to me ramble on.
Okay, well, it was good to see you, and I met so many people at the last 2 Hamfest that you know, I had loads of fun, but it was stressful.
Why was it stressful?
Also, you know, a lot of people coming by and you're going through the spiel of telling them this and that, and you know, sometimes, of course, Gary was there and he was helping me, and So both of us were going there for quite a length of time, and I got hoarse. I couldn't hardly talk.
Okay, I see. Yes, you were suffering the introvert disease. Yeah, I know. And it probably tires you out. That's the way my wife is. You know, she doesn't like to be in with a whole bunch of people, and she doesn't want a bunch of talking. So funny. Oh, my gosh. I know the feeling, man. I understand it 100% in every way. But I'm hopeful that it's going to be okay for you and that you'll get over it until the next mission.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting primed up for Springtown. Are you going up to Springtown?
I don't know. Maybe it depends on when the horns play. If the horns are playing in the morning, I won't bother with that crap. I'm going to go watch the game. But if it's an afternoon game, I may saddle up. I'd like to meet some of those other guys that are from out there. I really had fun seeing my friend Billy. He's got a great station. That's WA5CS. And he's out there. I went to see him. I had a funeral several weeks ago in Decatur, and I thought, well, what the hell? I talked to him on 3763 and a half, and there's another dude that lives nearby that sounds like a character, and I might go by. But yeah, it's possible. That Woody's barbecue there in Springtown is pretty good. Over.
Well, I don't know about any barbecue in Springtown. I can't get past Taco Casa.
Yeah, no thanks. But yeah, I do like that Woody's, and it's a good one. It's a beer joint. It'll satisfy you fully. I went there when I got done with that funeral, so it'll be good. Yeah. I think it's interesting, but I may make it out there. I know that's on the 25th, so we'll just see what happens. I was thinking about going somewhere for my birthday or around my birthday, but I don't know that I really have the bandwidth at this point. I may not. I really don't know, Wayne. It's hard to say. I'd love to be able to see some of y'all's different places. You know, I've been to yours, but I haven't been to everybody else's. I've not been to see Mac. I wouldn't mind doing some of that visitational, you know, at some point, maybe. I've never been to Aledo, as far as I know. And then I wouldn't mind going out to Cross Plains. That's a long way. I mean, I don't know. Cross Plains might be a stop on the way to somewhere else, but we'll have to see what happens there. Over.
Stop by any time, Grant.
Well, you're the great one. I appreciate that invite. Yeah, someday, you never know, it could happen. I just haven't had opportunity yet. That's what's so good about these ham fests, is it gives everybody a chance to meet up that hadn't met. And, you know, Wayne was gracious enough to have me, I guess, a year or two ago in his shack, and it was fun to see. And I love his view. You know, he's got a pastoral view out the window, and sunrise service coming right in.
Next time you come over, give me some warning, and I'll wash the windows before you get here.
Yeah, you're lucky to have windows to wash. I would love. I mean, to me, that's like the greatest thing, to have your own man cave, you know, shed and all of that, and the tower, and wow, that's just so cool. I just love that. I think it'd be neat that you could have some Roan 25 bracketed, maybe get a tilt over. You know, who knows what could happen, but it would be great. So maybe one day, I'm convinced that happiness is having something to look forward to, or as you get older, doing something so others will look forward to something. And if you do everything all at once, like, you know, Michael Jackson or some of these football players, then you have nothing to look forward to, and so you're not happy.
All that money and not happy.
Yeah, just ask Taylor Swift. I mean, she's pretty psychotic, but there it is. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm trying to get the figure out this FT710 fully, but they had a drawing at Ardmore. I bought a $20 ticket, Wayne, but I guess I didn't win the FTDX 101. Were you there when they drew for any of that stuff, or did you already leave to go home?
No, I stayed the full duration. I want to get my money's worth out of it.
Right. Well, do you hear who won the big prize or anything? Anybody we know?
It wasn't me.
Well, dog my cat. I wish it had been. I wish it had been me. That would have been cool. I could use the HS base station. Although, boy, that one's even, super duper, compared to some of them. But I like the 710. I've got the meter set up where I can look at everything, number one. And then number two, I'm able to see the oscilloscope for my modulation pattern as well as yours on the inbound. It's got some other stuff. I don't even know what the hell it's doing, but it's funny there. Over.
N5CH on a 40.
N5XBD.
W5XJ Dallas, bringing the power.
K5YS.
WA5FYS.
ARW.
Hey, Rich.
Good morning.
Wait a minute, is that Rich? Is that you?
It is. Good morning. Hey, let me tune up this. Okay, there we go. I guess we're back in business here. I think the tuner was off a little bit, but now all seems right with the world.
Rich, it's great to hear you. I tried you on Fusions in the Nexus area, but I don't really hear you. Are you getting on Nexus anymore, or what?
Oh yeah, I'm on there all the time, and if I'm in the house, the HT is on. When was this?
Oh, I don't know, just random times, usually when I'm driving home from work or something. But I'm glad you're doing well. It sounds good. And have you been flying your plane any, or how's that going?
Well, I sold that thing about a year ago, and now I'm on the hot search for an Aranca Champ.
Well, I hope you find one. That would be good. Or maybe you could get like a bird dog or something. Have you ever thought about one of those OV10s or anything?
RV10s are out of my price range. So is an L19 actually. But if I could find an L16, that would be pretty, could be doable. But I have located a 85 horse Champ that's up in South Dakota, I think, that some EAA chapter had. And an acquaintance of mine bought it, and we were talking. We're making, we're negotiating as we speak. But he said he could get it delivered and everything, so that was probably going to go through.
Yeah, do you want to get like a Piper Cub with big fat tires or something?
No, I'm not interested in the Stoll stuff or any of that, and I'm more of an Aranca guy. A little 85 horse Champ would suit me just fine.
Yeah, I don't know the specs. Give me the specs on that Champ. Horsepower and takeoff distance and cruise speed and all of that. I guess it's got a Lycoming in it, or maybe something else. What's the power plant as well?
They originally came with a 65 horse, and this one's been upgraded to an 85, which in the Texas heat performs a lot better. But they're not a Stoll aircraft exactly, but they get off pretty quick.
Right, but what's the cruise on it? Like 80, 90 knots or something, 100 knots, and it is. I just don't know the plane. It's not an open cockpit, right? Actually, it's kind of like is it like a 152 or something?
No, it's more like a Cub. But if you ride in a Champ and you ride in a Cub, you'll throw rocks at a Cub.
Okay, gotcha. And so what's your cruise speed likely, like 90 knots or something?
Oh, maybe 85, 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, so it's a slow boat also, much like a Cub. Okay, great. Well, I hope you get it if that's what you want, and then you can put your ADS-B in it, and you'll be good.
There you go. You got it. This one doesn't have any avionics in it, so I'd have to get a transponder to get an ADS-B in it. But for the kind of flying you do with those things, you can get by without it pretty good.
Yeah, well, they make that tail light assembly that has the ADS-B built in and everything. You can hook that up. Will you have any avionics on it, or will it mainly just be steam gauges?
Yeah, it's just a couple of steam gauges, and I'll put a handheld in there, I think.
Yeah, that's smart. Well, good on you. Yeah, maybe a 2-meter 440, and you could key down. That'd be kind of cool if you could have some type of mobile antenna on it, like a dual band or at least a 2-meter. Maybe
well, believe it or not, I have in my possession, stand by
key down, you know. I remember one time
a Yaesu VXA 700 dual band aviation and 2-meter ham radio.
Caravan out of Addison, and I remember one time hearing him come over Simplex, and he was, I think he was way above Taylor, Texas, down there south of Temple, I guess it is, on the way to Austin. And I worked him all the way up to Dallas practically, so that would be good for a few laps for sure.
Oh, I've done that quite a few times on 146.52, and sometimes when I'm traveling on 5.2, I'll encounter an airline pilot that's on 5.2 also.
Well, you're going to be a hero with that one. And then you could fly out and visit Mason in West Texas, K5YHX. In western Oklahoma.
Yeah, that'd be a little bit of a trip, but it wouldn't be bad in the champ. Okay, yeah, I don't mean to hog it, so let me pass it around here a little bit. Good morning, Pete.
Morning, Rich. Did you talk to Griff?
I got that parts radio from him. What day is good for you this week?
Let me talk to you later on UHF, and we'll pick some time.
Okay, that'll work. Where's Paul at this morning?
I saw Paul at Ardmore. He was there.
Yeah, I thought I might catch him on here this morning. I knew he was going.
Yeah, I had fun doing it. It was good. Mike, have you seen Paul?
No, I haven't heard from him since he's returned from Ardmore, so I guess he's recovering.
Yeah, he may be kicking at old school. But, you know, I think it's great that Rich is here. Rich, I don't think I've heard you on here before, or if I have, I forgot about it, but I'm glad you're in here, and I hope you'll come back a lot and make a transmission.
Well, I happened to wake up about 7:30, and I thought, hey, those guys are maybe still on the air, so I just wandered in here and turned the old rig on. This is about my second time in here, I think, isn't it, Pete?
Yeah, I think so. Well, there was a couple of times you were in here, but I couldn't even hear you.
Yeah, that was before Steve straightened me out on this DXCC antenna.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I'm glad you're keyed down now.
Well, good morning to you, Rich. WD9ARW, I think that's right. N5FCD, Wayne over here in Easter, Texas, just north of Weatherford.
Yeah, good morning, Wayne. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, all right. I don't think we spoke before, but I know Pete has mentioned you before, and I heard Paul talk about you, so welcome.
Well, don't believe anything those guys said.
Hey, Wayne, I was showing him your rudder control Friday night.
Oh, really? Did it blow up?
No. It was pretty cool. And I was just showing him how it worked with PSP rotator.
Well, good. You need one of those for your, is it the fan dipole you got, Rich?
Yes, it sure is. It's called, it's made by Alpha Delta. It's called the DX, the Delta X-Ray Charlie. And a guy, W5OOT up in Plano bought one here, a few years ago. And about 6 months later, I was at a ham fest in Marana, Arizona. We were visiting my wife's folks out in Tucson. And there was one all rolled up in a box for $40. So I bought it, got it home, and literally got all the kinks out of it and got it straightened out. And it worked feel okay. I didn't have any problems with it. At the time, I wasn't using 10 meters for anything. So I extended those legs and made 60-meter legs out of them. And that worked great on 60. And I wasn't really using a 75-meter leg, so I didn't have any experience with it. And when I did try to get on 75 with Pete and some other guys, nobody could hear me very well. So I had to abandon the 60-meter leg, put it back like it was, and now my 75-meter stuff was working okay again.
Well, I'd say that was a pretty good experience, and you probably get more use out of 75 than you will 60.
Yeah, nowadays, well, you know, here a few years ago when 40 meters was in the dump, 60 was really salvation, but, you know, now 40 meters is, you know, back like it's supposed to be.
You know, it's weird. I'm borrowing this Yaesu 710, and let me make sure I got it. Okay, and to get on 60 meters, you have to go into memory. And my understanding is channel 4, you want to set the radio to 5371.5. But on my radio that I'm using here, when I go to the memory location for channel 4, it's at 5373, which doesn't make any sense. Rich, why do you think that is? Isn't that screwed up somehow?
I assume that's because of the offset or something like that, because my DX10 and my FT8 was the same way. I guess the government makes that, it has to be channelized on 60 meters because that's shared with other services.
Okay, maybe so. I don't know if Mike knows the details, utter details, but I know that when I've used 60 meters before, and maybe that's because there was no built-in offset or something, but I would dial up on my 480HX 5371.5 and key down. And this goofy radio has an inhibit where you can't. I tried dialing 5371.5 and transmitting, it wouldn't let me. I mean, it's just goofy. I don't know, Big Brother maybe.
Oops, I doubled with you. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. If you're using a Mars mounted radio, that's what you have to do to end it where you want to be.
Yeah, my 706, it'll transmit on 1080 AM.
There you go. Well, anyway, I just know to be legal, it's supposed to be channelized, at least as far as the manufacturers are concerned.
I can't hear him. I've got some terrible electric noise in here now.
I'm getting a little bit. It's not bad for at least on here where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you, but I couldn't hear Chad or whatever it was. It just was too light, way down Papa Whiskey. But, yeah, it went from S5 to almost S9 here. I can't imagine what it is, but it's a good reason to move into the country, I expect.
Yeah, you can't go wrong being out in the countryside unless you end up with a bad insulator, but those aren't too hard to find if the power company will spend a little time.
Yeah, I've had them here several times, but it's been a while, and I bet there's a lot of bad equipment. I mean, the infrastructure here is from the 40s and 50s.
I imagine a lot of that stuff is like that because they're not going to go out and replace some stuff just to be doing it. Well, Wayne, pass it around a little bit.
I'm going to have to pass around and go to the kitchen here in just a minute, but it's good hearing you this morning, Rich, and formally making your acquaintance. Go see if I can fill up my coffee cup and see what the XYL's got going this morning. She's usually up fixing breakfast of some kind, and I certainly don't want to miss out. Y'all have a great day. Good to hear you, and maybe we'll catch you tomorrow. N5 FPD.
Okay, Wayne, 73. Go ahead, Pete, and I'm going to run in the kitchen, get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm not going to stay in here, Rich. And I'll say 73s to the rest of you guys and go to the house and get myself my normal breakfast, a bowl of Cheerios. Catch you all later. This is KA9DNO.
Okay, 73, yeah, the band is better now, I think.
Just kick me out of here, too. I'm going to go eat breakfast in 5CH in Jordan.
Good morning, Lonnie.
Yeah, Lonnie, 73 on you there. Have a great day. Yeah, now it's back. There's some kind of electronic thing. I don't know what the hell that is, but it's like a switch and power supply or something, just making noise. I'm going to bail out on you. 73 on you, and may it be a great one with W5XJ.
Okay, good morning, Grant. And I think that just leaves me, so I'm going to go to the coffee pot and see if I can find some coffee in it. KE5YF.
And me too. Same deal. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, everybody. WA5FRM. Also going to go to the coffee pot.
All right, good morning, Steve. Y'all have a good day down there.
Good morning, everyone. I'm late to the trigger. 73's off, KI5OF.
Hello, it's 73, David.
WD9ARW. Is anybody left?
KI5OF.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Name is David.
Hi, David. This is Rich in Early, Texas, WD9ARW.
Hello, Rich. I'm in Bluffdale, Texas, halfway between Granbury and Stevensville. And oh boy, what a beautiful airplane.
Oh, yeah, that was, I don't own that one anymore. I had a partnership with a guy here in Texas on that airplane, and I should have kept it when he wanted to get out of a partnership, but at the time I already had a Cessna 172, and I couldn't justify having two of them.
Roger that. What's this airplane?
That is an Rocket Champion. That one was built in 1946. I'll give you a little boring story about that airplane. It was up in Goshen, Indiana, not too far from Fort Wayne, where my son lives. We were visiting my son when I saw the airplane for sale. So I went over and looked at it, and kind of thought about that would be a good one to get. But the logistics of getting into Texas, I guess I didn't want to fool with it at the time. So I kind of forgot about it. And then about a week later, I saw it was sold. And about 2 or 3 weeks later, it was for sale again. But now it was in Palestine, Texas. So we ended up going ahead and getting it.
Oh, I think that's a great story. Well, it sure is a gorgeous airplane. I'm not a private pilot, but I've flown a lot of radio control model airplanes, larger radio control model airplanes, and I lived in a neighborhood in Granbury that had 2 airfields in it, and there was a whole group of really nice airplanes in there, including 2 Stearmans that I should have done my best to beg for and get a ride for. I would really love one of these days to get a ride in that style of airplane, like a Cub or a Veronica or, that vintage aircraft.
Well, I don't have anything that fancy. Matter of fact, I don't have anything at the moment, but I do have my eye on another Rocket Champ that I'm in negotiations with a guy about. So, are you up by Pecan Plantation, or what's that other grant field up there?
Well, Pecan Plantation had two airstrips in it, but I don't live in Pecan Plantation anymore. But there's I know there's an airstrip right there in Granbury, and there's also a airstrip in Stephenville. I've been meaning to go to the airstrip in Stephenville and see if there's any place you can park and watch planes take off and land.
Oh, I bet there is. Yeah, I used to fly RC myself, and finally sold all that stuff to fund my pilot license finances. So I haven't done anything RC. Well, I have played around with the drone a little bit, but I haven't done any RC stuff. I guess you know Pete up there in Cross Plains is a big RC enthusiast.
Yeah, I've talked to him and I've seen his webpage. It's real neat to see the airplanes. He's got a few there that on his QRZ page that I even had in my time flying radio control model airplanes. I pretty much got out of the gas and glow radio control model airplane stuff. Flew high-powered rockets for quite some time and kind of got out of that also. But we still got some. We kept all of our smaller stuff. We got rid of pretty much everything. Kept a couple of transmitters. I kept all my miniature servos and small electric motors. So I've got a couple of foamies cut out over here. I just need to get busy and glue them up and put hinge the surfaces and hook up control rods and all that other stuff. And I've got 5 acres here in a pretty good area out in front of the barn. I can just kind of step out the door here and throw one in the air.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I live on a grass strip here north of Early, Texas. If you know where Early is, it's adjacent to Brownwood. And I live a couple of miles due east of the actual Brownwood Regional Airport.
Yeah, I see you right there north and a little bit east of Brownwood.
Boy, it's amazing what you can find out nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, a few clicks. Find out all kinds of stuff.
Is there anybody else in here, or is it just me and you?
Well, I don't know. I kind of got here a little late. As I got here, everybody was pretty much punching out and heading for breakfast and more coffee. I don't know. Somebody might make it back. Anybody come back to the radio?
No, it sounds like it's just me and you at the moment.
Just curious, what are you using for this band for an antenna?
I've got a DXCC band dipole and running my little Yaesu TDX10 barefoot at the moment.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you're the guy that added the 60 meters to the 10 meter thing that it didn't quite work out.
Well, it worked great on 60, and I wasn't doing anything on 75 at the time, but now it just became more of a priority.
Yeah, it's amazing on how things interact with each other for matching on different bands when you start modifying the antennas, especially like the fan dipole. All those elements all interact with each other, and I've been doing some different things here at the house and learning about things about proximity of the antennas, mobile antennas to the truck body, and I play with this antenna called a Proto Performer for parts on the air. It's real interesting about tuning it for resonance and lowering the counterpoise up and down to the ground for match. It's been pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is a pretty interesting science, I'll give you that. Well, anyway, I don't have a whole lot more. Are you retired nowadays, or are you still working, or what?
No, I retired in 2017.
Okay, I pulled the plug in 2005, and then in 2010 we made the transition down here to Texas.
Yeah, after I retired, especially when I was living in pecan plantation, I had all of that 6 miles of Brazos River to myself. I was out on that river at least every other day fishing. I kind of missed that access to the Brazos River, but I don't know. I've got two private lakes here in this area, and you know, if I want to travel a little bit, there's quite a bit of water available going out 377 towards Comanche and Core Parks and everything. Lots of nice core parks and state parks I can go fish at if I want to.
Well, yeah, when I was a kid, oh man, in the summers we were fishing every day. We'd fish in the morning and play baseball in the afternoon when we were out of school. But I haven't done that in quite a while.
Yeah, I haven't been doing as much fishing as I used to since we moved out here to Bluffdale. We got 5 acres now, and the wife's trying to turn it into Mar-a-Lago. And that kind of keeps me kind of wore out, especially when she gets rain bunches and the weather gets cooler.
Well, happy life, you know.
Yeah, I know. But we sometimes we have to stay out of each other's hair. She stays at the house and I live in the barn. So I think that's extending the marriage.
You're probably absolutely correct. So as long as she's content and you got something going on, then it's all good, you know.
Roger that. Well, I enjoyed talking to you, Rich. Enjoyed seeing your QRZ page and enjoyed seeing your Aronica and enjoyed hearing about the history of it. 73 is my friend, KI-5OS.
Okay, then Kilo 5 Oscar Sierra, is that right?
Kilo India 5 Oscar Sierra, King India.
Gotcha. All right, have a good one. We'll see you. WD9ARW.
look out and not looking. With Dan. Anyway, let's see what we're going on here. Got the flashbacks out. They look good too. Saturday I headed in town to Whirling to see if they had all the little latch pins on this mower deck was missing. I got that gear and then I totally forgot that I just put that new adjusting gear on the existing one, and I had taken it off of a bracket that I bought at the junkyard like a month ago, and when I was cleaning up, I discovered it, so I swapped it over to the mower deck, and but not before ordering a new one. I started looking all angry. Oh man, talking about major scenes on this aggravating. I didn't realize that one was missing, and even worse than that, I didn't remember that it was originally on the mower. Oh well, get it all together one of these days. That's on the back burner right now. I kind of cleared things out that thing so I can park my van up by the. Here's my van, by the way. Oh, parking out of sight. I'm going to pull it up into the grass under that tree so we can get a couple more cars in the backyard and one on the side of the house. Won't have to be as busy on the street on Wednesday there. It'll be our turn. Oh, when that family had that funeral, the two donors to my left, they had this cul-de-sac packed. And anyway, over to Tom, I'm rambling. EC5 MRT on it to run. And right, 5 months. All right. Sounds like had some other deaths. Just family and then friends. Was that the guy I met at the Damn Fest you were talking about, over? One that couldn't come to your wife's funeral. Yeah, that was 1060 YY. I think he was about a 77th grad from our high school, about 10 years behind me. But yeah, that was Kenyon that, he was going to come down, he and Sue, but then he found out his older sister was going to be coming in. So that makes them coming down. Yeah, my cousin Katie, she would have been the second granddaughter on my side of the family. Anyway, Katie would be whatever. I think she was 61 grad. Anyway, Larry passed away. Tate, the guy like real comfortable. Like to drink beer, clean fish, blue fishing, hunting. They lived on the outskirts of Perryville, kind of wooded area. They could get deer out there, not going too far from the house. Oh, I was cutting between, what was it? I took my route there, and I should have gone all the way to the Highway 61 exit when I crossed town Saturday morning. But I just watched this exit by mistake, so I just went on down to Levee Road and drove across. Right as I got by this pumping station on the other side, there was two pretty deer walking up that bank, and they shot away from their, they're out there. There's a left turn you make on some street, and then a really sharp right turn back again to the north to pick up Levee Road, and it continues on. Yeah, there's a pumping station right up in there that's kind of a landmark. Yeah, I came out just north of the salvage yard. Oh, and I found out after I didn't find everything I wanted there. I did get a blade break for that board off, stripped that up. And they came in there with a dozer or whatever, and they cleaned all that stuff up, and they probably had what I needed, and it was then piled under a bunch, and it was too involved to get at it. I went over to Chelsea Avenue to Discount Auto Salvage. They had a big fire there back in July. I hadn't been there since, but they are out of the auto parts business, no lawnmower stuff either, no metal scrap. All they're doing now is the operation of taking in cars to go with scrap. No picking apart, they're just taking in cars and they crush them, I guess, and go on from there. I guess it's the financial for AC5MR, KI4I. KI4I, AC5MR. So Jim, you were down, what day did you go down there to North Memphis? I think so, yeah, but with breakfast, standard breakfast, yeah, my next stop after that was to jump on the and yeah, it was Friday. There. Friday. Yeah, I guess that was Saturday. Saturday morning, I went to the scrap yard. But, yeah, Saturday.
Oh, okay. I thought you were there for breakfast on Friday. If you were Saturday, what time of day did you go down there, Oak?
About this time of day, I think.
All right, you didn't see any, that's when the Bluff City Blues ride was going on, and I had a flashing light, blinker, and I was following the last group of 20 milers. There was a family of four, like a 9-year-old kid and then a 6-year-old kid on this bitty bike. God, that's going. I had to stay behind them at 6 miles an hour. They shortened it a little bit, they didn't do the loop around the first turnaround. They just went to the church where the aid station was, instead of going around the loop north of there, so that cut off a few miles there. But anyway, they made most of the ride that night. You didn't see a lot of, they had the 100 milers and the 67-mile people, and then the 39-mile people went out before I got started from the Grind City Brewery, and that was down on 2nd Street. And we got over on, what's the road that goes by Franklin Airport, and then went up to 388, and went up towards Franklin Shelby. And we didn't go far as the country store on the short ride. But I was tailing Charlie on that. You didn't see any bicycles that morning, though?
None at all. What day was you out there, Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday morning. If you went to Watson, we crossed over Watson. We didn't really go down Watson. They went on 2nd Street up by Franklin Payne, Whitney Avenue, I think, and Susan. Well, they did cross 51 Highway, and then it took 388, which I guess maybe that's North Washington, I don't know. But you probably wouldn't have been on that in that area. So maybe you might have seen them crossing over, I guess you went. How'd you come in? I forget.
Well, I remember before I left the funeral home, I programmed in that scrap yard over there on Thomas. And it took me down to I-40 and 40 loop around, and I was supposed to go down Thomas, but I didn't. I went down Watson. what, Texas Levee Road over the top. So that was where I was. And then when I left the scrapyard, took Levee Road back, and then walked down to Chelsea, and then from Chelsea I continued on over to Jackson, and then the state road home. So did any of those roads get close to where you were? I didn't see anything about any bicycles and stuff.
We crossed Highway 51 on the way back in, and on the way out, we went on Westbound Lane, and then we took, I think, Morning Street up to, what's the name of that road? You did. Okay, that went up. There was a lot of grass on the side, and we took Carrollton Road over till it ran into 51. Briefly got on 51 up to where what is it? We got North Washington. And North Washington is also 388, so right there at that intersection, North Washington. If you came down on the interstate, you were way south from there, so when I drove in that morning, I took 69 up, and then I went down 51, and then put over on one of Marble Avenue. I put over on Marble and 2nd Street and went to the Grindstone Street Brewery. That's where the race started. But yeah, you'd have had to catch it just right. They came in on North Washington. You were North Washington, yeah. Yeah, if you got off of 40, and you went on off 40 on North Washington, you would have missed the whole deal there. I don't know where that place is you were going. It's kind of down there. It wasn't far away. I looked that way. Yeah, you were up more like in the North Haven area where I used to live. And then Carrollton to Washington, up to Shelby Forest area. Did you go into Shelby Forest? Well, some of the rides did. We didn't. We went as far as Nice Road comes off there to North Washington, and then we yeah. That was way shorter than this through here, where we were so far. We didn't go to the dead end, so we took a left on Pike, a left on Town Road, and came back down Robertson Road, and back into the church, right there where 388 Park and Church of Christ. That's where the rest stop was. That's exactly what we did. Then we came back on the same way. Just about the same way we came down. We didn't crossed on North Washington. We went down North Washington. And it curved back around over there by the airport. So anyway, it was kind of getting this thing in 2018 or even 2019. So they, by the end of the ride, they were all spaced out. Definitely. Our ride started at 6 7:55. And the other started at 7:30. 7:55. You weren't there. Mr. Bigwig's going out. Over?
Yeah, some of that brings back memories. That North Haven was our first house at our street, Brave. Go through the backyard and up a hill and across the little patch, and that was Benedict Town Road back there. We used to take that road going to Shelby Forest. It was just we'd head over to, I think it was Spice Road that Lucy Opera. It was like a one-room schoolhouse, but that's where they had Friday night bluegrass music play. You mentioned that church there earlier. That's where Sandra and Carolyn were going for a while. I just watched them out there, but it's like the one out there on just south of where they're I need to get going. I got everything done around here. So, you have a good they got a new location. Just a little bit closer. You're going up in Freetown and then turning left to go over to the Hampton. You go about a mile north at the bypass now. You go, I don't know if we drove down that way on the trip up there or not, but it's a little bit larger venue inside. Probably on the size of a flat foot. Pretty secure apartment facility. So, they said it was bigger last year than 2 years ago when we went up there. So, Mike was thinking about getting all this stuff together. Maybe we can make a run up there. All right. I don't know if I go up to where I stay. My sister kind of done herself out of guest rooms, beds, or whatever. Her husband died. Kind of ditching that. Cleaned out, major cleaned out. So, got some last things that I wouldn't want to do up and back one day thing like we did. That's for a long day. I guess you gotta be somewhere, right?
Yeah. Anyway, I noticed my tires getting almost 5 years old on the RV. And I noticed the right rear had a crack on the outer sidewall. I looked at Michigan's chart. The standard little horizontal crack starts to get drier out. I don't have that yet, but I've got a like a seam type crack curving around right in the bulge of the tire area, and I don't know how dangerous that is. And I haven't checked on the inside tire back there. See, I need to check them. I did have an overheat in the little tire when I went earlier that time. And I'm kind of scared. The right rear back there wouldn't be too catastrophic. Because that's in the rear. Front tire's look decent. But I've noticed some little sidewall, like underlying part of the sidewall is starting to show through. I don't know, that's deterioration. It's like patterns, checker patterns underneath the sidewall. They start getting, say translucent, but you can see them kind of deep in the rubber there. And that's something I haven't seen before either. So I think these tires are back into the end of their life span. I may call that guy. There's a guy I have phone number for mobile RV repair job. I think some friends moved out there with me. And they were working on his last time I was out there in the storage area. And so I may call that guy. He seemed like they know pretty much what they're doing. Let him, I don't know if he knows about tires or not. So we let him look at it. Of course, you never know if he'll, oh yeah, you got to change those out just because he wants to sell tires or not. But in a crack, doesn't look good. Yeah, maybe. So I don't know about all that. I'll have to call that over. I got to go and start getting the rig unplugged and ready to drive back to the storage area in a few minutes. All right, enjoyed it this morning. We'll see you at the, I may go to both times. I may go to this place at the funeral home Wednesday. So I put a funeral on Thursday. That would be nice. Let's see. That threw me off. I was. Oh, how many miles you got on your RV? Oh, it's only got. It's 31. Not over 33,000 miles. What's the farthest you had it? It always seemed like it had to take 5 years to have outside time. But Jason make you a trip out west to the country, living there for a while. Got his dog. I did turn the computer back on. We got this one cat here. We thought he was dying that Wednesday beforehand. Laid it in front of him. You'd think normally he would have gotten it out. Usually she's down the hall and retrieve it. He gets there and he's doing it. Part of the woods back there. Well, you know, we're a lot longer than like. I'm not into taking portions, but I'm getting care. On the boss of mine, he had to take their dog in for something. I think something like $700 they sent in that time. Well, good luck on it, Tom. Yeah, keep good tires up there on the front. Yes, I assume your vehicle hauls a spare tire somewhere, right? Negative, we don't carry spare tires somewhere. It's a 2022, but the chassis is made in 2021, and I looked at all the tires, their dates are February and March of 2021. There is 5 years age. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So yeah, it'll be 5 years or end of this year on those tires. just had 5-6 years being inspected on TV. So most people don't take the risk, they just go ahead and change it. The point crack is what I'm looking at here, so I don't know about it, but it's not typical marine type crack with dry rot. It's like it's just clean, I don't know. But that ain't good, man. Yeah, put some transmission fluid in it. That guy, Kelly, over there in Raleigh, if he'd ever heard of that trick of putting transmission fluid in those lawnmower tires to make them seal, he said he never heard of that. He said, there's slime, but that slime, you don't have to deal with the tire again after you put that stuff in. It works. So I got talking about it on YouTube, and I bet the brake fluid would work about as good too. I've got a honky work can, and I put some fluid in there, give it several shots, and throw that tire around, and I had a tire on the front of the mower. It was going flat on the side, and I did that trick on it, and didn't run it much. I think I rode it down my street back, but just got to where it only got down to 12 pounds instead of about 20. It's getting better. That thing's been sitting up. It might have totally sealed it by now, but that's good for little tiny cracks that, you don't really like to get. Alright, anything else? They got 4. GYN is coming in at about 9 o'clock here. They're getting ready to start chit chatting here. I'm going to get off. I'll see you Wednesday, I guess. Hey, Jordy. Good morning to you, Ray. KI4I, before GYN, 8 tomorrow. Okay, forgot. Yeah, good morning, Ray. Go ahead. You're pretty good feet up there. Let me be up tomorrow. Ray, I don't know if you have my wife had Saturday.
Good morning, Mike.
about Cheyenne Mountain. That's been there for years. That's nice. Like I said, a lot of people don't know about the it's called underground military bases that they've got throughout the United States too. The gentleman you're talking about, I met back in 1976 at one of the forums there. His name is Bill Snyder. Bill Snyder was talking about the deep underground military bases. That's basically why they shut him up, because he was going to come out and pretty much tell everybody where the locations were. And about a week after that, they killed him. He had pieces of metal at the thing I went to that were supposedly from alien spacecraft. He took a propane torch and put a torch on some of this metal, and this metal wouldn't even heat up.
K5 CFG.
KJ5JG. K5 KFC.
K5YF.
KM5ZO.
KDZ1CDT.
Mike, how are you doing down there?
We're doing good. Looks like it's going to be a pretty day here.
Yeah, it's good and cloudy here. That's nice. It's cool.
I'm about ready for a little bit of fall weather.
Oh, about the last week of the month, they say it's supposed to cool down pretty good. Well, maybe it'll be good antifreeze making weather.
Well, it might be. Here comes after about the 25th. We should have frost up here.
Yeah, generally around Halloween we get our first real good northern.
I may whip up a batch of homemade wine that gets cool. I got a pretty good recipe on that stuff.
And you make it cheaper than you can buy it?
No. Anyway, of course, I hadn't bought none for a long time. I hadn't made none for a year or two, but last time I made it, you could go buy a bottle cheaper what you can make it for.
Yeah, I went with one of my buddies to a place up in Canada where they go in and it's a building and they got everything all set up for you that you make your own beer. They let you pick your recipe, and then when you pick your recipe, it tells you what you need and what bin it's in and all that, and you go pick up all your ingredients, go over to the vat, and you mix it all up and the whole bit, and then you bring your own bottles in a couple of weeks after you let it set and ferment, and you bottle it.
Yeah, well, I got a vat, and I got the bottle capsules, I've got the capsules, the caps, but I never could get a good stove on making beer. I just never could. But I've got a pretty good wine recipe.
Gotcha. Shoot, that was back in the late 80s, and the beer was already $8 a six-pack up there just for the cheap beer, so they were making their own, and they could make their own for about $10 a case.
Well, what's the secret on a lot of that stuff? Especially making the wine, boy, you gotta keep the temperature about 70 degrees, 65 to 70 degrees. If it gets too hot, then it'll go bad. If it gets too cold, then the yeast will die. But the temperature plays a big part in making that stuff.
Curtis, I know a guy goes up there and buys one of them 12 or 24 boxes. You see him every evening up there at the store up here where I live. Every day he's buying that. I don't know how a man can afford to do that.
He's drinking a lot of beer. He's got a lot of buddies, huh?
He's drinking a lot of beer. He goes home and that's what he does. I got a friend of mine. He does that every day. He'll drink a 12-pack, if not an 18-pack, every day. Every day. This guy does the same thing. He does it at night when he goes home. Yep.
I knew a guy one time years ago, and he would drink 3 of them soda pops. Now, I'm not talking 24. I'm talking soda pops. He would drink 3 of them a week. Back then, there wasn't no dives what it was now, but boy, now I tell you that there would get expensive for sure.
So, Steve, tell him what the best kind of beer is.
I wouldn't know. I don't drink beer.
You told me it was free. That was the best kind.
Well, yeah, free. Free is always the best.
hamburgers especially, stuff.
Well, every time you turn around, the other day you said, I need a beer.
Well, I did, because I didn't have anything else. I thought they might have a beer.
You sound like Bubba J.
Bubba J, huh?
Yeah, I listened to Bubba J and Jeff Dunham. That ventriloquist got that dummy called Bubba J. He said, what are you doing? He said, I'm drinking a beer.
I know about Bubba J.
You're a Royal Crown guy, right?
And you had a guy that looked just like President, what's his name?
Yes, sir.
Well, Connor, did anybody buy you a beer the other day?
Nope.
That's a bummer.
Well, that's their money, you know. I guess I could have took it if I wanted to.
Was there selling beer out the Ham Fest?
No, they selling Cokes and Dr. Pepper.
Well, that's probably the best thing.
KJ5, JGL on the 20.
N5 CWM.
KG5 CFG.
K5 KFC.
K5 White, yes.
Who was the other gentleman in there? CWM a while ago. I was trying to catch his call letter.
The guy with the deep voice?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's James Earl Ray.
Say again, I didn't catch that.
James Earl Ray. He's still in here.
Away for a minute.
Y'all doubled?
Go ahead and repeat your call sign, Joe.
KM50, Kilowatt Mike 5, Zulu Ocean.
Turn them hearing aids up out there, Joel.
I'm doing the best I can. It's KM50.
Roger.
I forgot your first name, sir. Tony.
Number 70 on your list there, Joel.
Okay, sorry, Tony. I haven't learned you yet.
Well, he doesn't sound like the same Tony that's been coming in here.
Yeah, we got another one from Temple.
Yeah, he don't sound nothing like him. VO sounds like KOMA. Got an announcer voice.
Yeah, I'm up in Keller, just north of Fort Worth.
You in Fort Worth?
About 20 miles north.
Roger.
But it's good to hear you again there, Tony.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had a day off today, so that's making it on the radio.
You're liable to hear anything happen on this frequency like yesterday.
Oh, it's a little quieter in the morning.
Yeah, we don't need a bunch of noise like that no more. That was ridiculous. Plumb ridiculous.
I agree. Yeah, you're supposed to be a certain age before you get a license, you know.
I guess I went QRT about the right time then.
You sure did.
Yeah, right in the middle of it. Oh, I don't feel bad. I did it on purpose.
I doubled with you, CWM. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're okay. Yeah, we don't need that kind of stuff. I mean, there's just no sense in it, and we don't have the problem. So we just have a couple people that just butt heads every single day, and then they turn around and get along just like buddies, like they're hugging again.
Get that old comrade, and that's all it is, you know. Nothing, don't mean nothing nice, and I think Conrad knows me by now. Did not pay much attention to me, you know.
Well, Jeff, my 2 cents is don't stir Conrad up. He doesn't need to be stirred up. He's his own worst enemy anyways in some ways, so he doesn't need no poking and prodding.
That's correct now.
Yeah, he's got a real problem with interrupting a couple while they're talking, you know. He wants to get in the middle of it, and then when he does, he tries to take over it even though they're not done talking.
Yeah, roger that.
Got in his bed the other day, and he did real good for a day or two.
Well, I know he gets up and them guys on the frequency above us or below us. Anytime you go up telling them people to be quiet, you just show them things up. Because, boy, they all gonna make noise.
I go down to 7,200 and give them heck.
I bet you do, don't you?
On occasions, when I feel the need to let go for a minute.
You know, I was really aggravated when I first got on the radio because, you know, I couldn't just talk on 10 meters. That's all I could do, you know, was with tech license. And, man, I wanted to talk somewhere else. I wanted to get on the lower bands and upper bands. And I did not know about 7,200 yet, right? If I'd have known about that back then, I would have been over there wearing them guys out. Had this amp sitting here and I couldn't use it because I was just a tech. You know, all I could do is do 200 watts.
Well, you can dadgum sure use her now, Mark.
Oh, yeah, but I didn't realize that till after I got, of course, I got my general a month after I got my tech. So, you know, it wasn't a long duration there, but still, if I'd have known about 7,200, I could have went down there and raised some hell.
By the way, your new mic sounds really nice.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it sounds real good. And by the way, on 10 meters yesterday, I thought so was the Brazil.
Yeah, you know, I went over there the other day because I'd been talking about it was kind of dead, and I actually went over there and listened the other day, and there was several conversations over there, you know, and you know, that's a good DX station, that's for sure.
Yeah, QSL. Well, hey guys, I gotta get going. Y'all have a great day. KD0CDT 73 to everybody.
I said station, I meant band. Yep, so see you later, Jeff.
See you later, Jeffrey.
Great day.
What are you talking on over there, Tony?
Oh, yeah, Roger. Yeah, I'm doing some moving around. That's why I was in and out. Running a ICOM 7610, and we're on a fan dipole we just raised it up this morning. It's a telescopic mast that I wanted to get some attention out of line, and I raised it up another foot and a half and straightened it up a little bit. But it's up about 39 feet at most, and it covers 40 through 6, and amplifies the Mercury Lux. And it seems like for some reason, after I adjusted this antenna, my amplifier seems to be operating a little better. It's putting out more than it normally would with that I'm driving it with.
Well, that happens because I've got an old AL80B, and some days without changing anything, some days it'll put out tuning in the same way every day. It'll be 950, and the next day it'll be 1100. So I don't know why that changes so much, but I quit worrying about it. What microphone you got on that radio, Tony?
Yes, I'm using the standard ICOM desk mic, the SM50 there, Roger.
Okay, well, man, like I said, you sound like a radio voice. You got that real commanding, deep voice. Sounds good. Sounds really good.
Yeah, Roger. I get that from time to time. I did do some commercial broadcasting and and a lot of studio work in my youth, but haven't been too active in that today. Just on amateur radio, but did cut commercial stuff years ago, and when I was in my 30s, but those days are long past.
Roger that. That's pretty much everybody on here right now.
You're running about 5K wide, ain't you, Tony?
No, I think I'm only from what I can indicate about 2.7, maybe 2.8 most.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you're running wide there is why your audio is good.
Yeah, Roger, and I got on the DPD, so that's on this rig. So it's the pre-dynamic pre-distortion. That makes a big difference when I put that DPD on and finally got it set up. It did give about 20% boost in the signal, Roger. In fact, I'm back at the drive down a little bit right now. According to the thing, I'm putting out over 1,600 right now, 1,600 and a quarter. So I'm only driving right now with roughly about 15 watts.
75 ZML, he's got a nice setup on his radio. He's got that max mixer on his, and he's got that kind of quality sound too.
Yeah, I never ran a mixer. I'm just a straight radio and a microphone, but I find out that with the ICOM, I sound best on their microphone, and from what I was told, I don't know if this is true, but they say that the element in the ICOM mic was designed by Heil.
Oh yeah, he designed those mics. A lot of the ICM mics and stuff. I've got an ICM mic. I'm running a 718. Of course, I can't get the quality that you got, but that ICM fits that 718 ICOM radio.
Roger, because somebody's calling me, KM50.
What's the call over there? W5, shut them out, right here.
I'll be right back. Got a phone call, KM50.
KM5BO. Okay.
That's Z Oscar. Zero Oscar.
KM5BO.
Yeah, is that Victor Mike or what?
Zulu Oscar. AM5BO.
AM5BO.
Kilowatt mic. 5 Victor. Zulu Oscar.
Oh, Zulu.
Kilowatt mic.
Okay.
5 Zulu Oscar. Tony's his name.
Zulu Oscar, that's what I said. Tony, right?
Roger.
Well, good morning, everybody, from W5 Zip My Lip White Bee.
Good morning. Morning, Richard.
I heard somebody talking about me, so I better get in here.
We're just talking about audio.
I was over here putting
I said you had the maxi mixer and everything on yours where you can get that
and it's 1969.
big wide, set it up, get that big wide audio. Double.
Okay, I'm back here, Roger.
I double with you, Richard. I'm sorry.
Well, good morning to you, man. Name here is Richard, and the call is W5ZML, like zip my lip. I'm over here in White Beach, Oklahoma.
Good morning, KM50. Name is Tony, and we're in Keller, Texas. There, Roger.
Switch on, because I just barely can. You just barely over the noise level, buddy.
Who's that, me?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what's going on with this old box full of bolts, but I might not have my antenna hooked up.
Well, maybe conditions have got you down there. I just want to make sure that you didn't pull a Joel and forget to turn your amp on.
Yeah, the amp's on, but like I say, I don't know. It could be going south on me. Anyway, let me get out of here, and hey, just a good audio. Sounds good. I'm on the, if I'm doubling with somebody, I apologize. I just put my cans on. I didn't hear anybody at first. I thought, hey, what's wrong with this power jump? Well, I'm on the FT8 1200, running the R144, going through the Mackie mixer here. Used to have a lot of external rack here. Art and I have some art. Had a Lee's microburb 4 and still have it. And now it's running some 104, you know, the big bottom for the bottom end and stuff like that. Apex 104, I think it was, and some other external rack here. And then I took it out of line, and I bought this Mackie mixer, and that's what I'm doing now. So I don't know what's going on, man. Maybe this amplifier's going south. Maybe I just need to put it out of this misery, take a 12-gauge shotgun to it. You reckon? W5 zip my left.
Well, do a video of it when you do it. At least we all get some entertainment out of it.
Yeah, well, all right. This 3-500 is probably going south. The grids, I was noticing the grids was going bad in the other day.
You know, you're real low on me too today, Richard, and a lot lower than you normally are.
Well, this is without the amp right here, over.
Roger.
And this is with the amp on, over.
Well, I couldn't tell much difference here on my end. Sounded better without the amp on my end. Yeah, I had about a S4 on you with no amp, and barely a 2 with the amp.
There you go. Maybe it is going south, over.
Yeah, I got him an F9 with it and without the amp.
All right, there's with the amp on right there, over.
No change.
No change. Okay. Appreciate it, buddy. Well, it's probably that 3-500 doesn't bit the dust, you reckon?
You got problems, that's for sure.
Well, all right. We'll just shut it down then. We'll just shut it down. You guys take care. God bless each and every one of you. Have a great day. We'll just check out. Might have bad company or something.
Well, what does your meter say, Richard? What kind of watts you putting out on your meter?
Yeah, it don't look too good.
Double.
It looks like low watts come in.
Go ahead, Mark.
Going on here. Definitely got something going on.
Go ahead, Mark. I doubled with you.
I say, what kind of watts do your meter say you're putting out?
Joel's got my watt meter. I'm going with this check of 95 truck over here. So, there's something wrong here. Definitely something wrong. That's pretty good. It'll feel like
73s, Richard.
Check it out, Richard. Adios.
Time to dust off the old spare and jab her in there.
Drag out some of that old boat anchor stuff that he can't over there in the corner.
I know the gentleman asked me about the amp also before. I'm using the Mercury Lux, if you know Jimmy, N09 Nancy up in, I think it's around Little Rock. I picked this off of his hands about a month and a half ago.
Well, it's definitely working. You're about 30 over here in Winters, Texas.
Yeah, like it seems like since I adjusted the antenna a little bit this morning, it's definitely performing a little better. It was operating okay before, but right now on the peak, she's peaking more than I want to drive. I just turned the drive down. I'm only driving right now with about 12 watts, and she's peaking somewhere around 16.
I got you 20 up here on my end. Of course, you're straight. Me and you just nearly straight north and south of each other, Tony.
Oh yeah, Roger. And the way I got this antenna directed is one leg is going sort of like north and south. The other one is I have it kind of bent a little further in a different direction to give it more east or west direction. So she gets a good, I guess, panoramic output. Usually I can get into, when the band opens up, into Florida and Georgia and the West Coast pretty good. And I can go north and south pretty good. It's the northwest sometimes it's a little weak to me.
Well, you got a great setup there. I can tell you that much. You're sounding, you got it nailed. Drive a nail in it, because it's really good. Just can't compliment you enough.
I appreciate it. I got to step away for a brief moment with my granddaughter. She's off from school today, and I got to go make sure she has some breakfast. She just got up. My wife, that's what she was calling me, tell her, because she's out. So I'm going to go feed my granddaughter, and then talking about amplifiers. I have an 811 amplifier that's going to see the doctor today, and so he told me that he's available. I can drop it off to him. Liquid tubes, and my 811 is a little on the fried side. It's only putting out about half the power, so I'm going to go and drop that off.
Roger. Well, take care there, Tony. Come back when you get time.
Trump is live now in Egypt signing a historic Gaza peace ceasefire.
Roger, Roger. I watched him this morning. That's all it was on ABC, and I had to go to them other channels. He was over there talking to the Israelis.
So when they going to release the hostages?
Done it.
Oh, really? Well, I'm behind in the time.
Yeah, they got all 20 live hostages already at home.
Oh, okay. Well, good deal. Absolutely.
I don't know when they'll get the deceased one.
Why wouldn't they just turn them over? I mean, good Lord.
It's a matter of tracking them down after all the bombing and everything. They got a lot of rebuilding in there. Good God, it's nothing but rumble.
It ain't nothing but concrete and rebar sticking out, is it, Curtis?
Yeah, it looks pretty bad. I mean, they bombed it like where they didn't think they'd ever come back to it.
There's nothing left. I mean, it's done.
Yeah, well, that was intentional to destroy the place where they came from, and maybe they won't come back.
It'll take 20 years to get that all rebuilt.
I just hope we're not pushing a big part of that.
It'd take 20 years just to clear it out to rebuild.
They need to hire China to come in and do it. They'll send over 1 million workers and get it done in a week.
Just putting somewhere to go with all that concrete and rebar, you know, that's the thing. What are they going to do with all of it, you know?
Oh, they're going to bust it up, grind it, and reuse every bit of it, I'll bet.
Yeah, I know they will, but it's going to take a long time. They bombed them back into the Stone Age.
Yeah, there's probably some live artillery still laying around. They got to get rid of before they let a lot of people come walking in there and start rebuilding.
Curtis, that's just 25 miles long, Gaza is. It's all from the top end to the bottom end, just like that.
Timmy.
Jimmy?
Yeah, Timmy.
I bet he's a raptor, ain't he?
He's a mess. He's the worst schnauzer I've ever had. Never had one that yips and barks as much as he does.
How old is Jimmy?
It's Timmy with a T, and he's 5.
Oh, Timmy, excuse me. There's that hearing aid problem again.
That's no problem. Yeah, I had an Uncle Tim, and we just named him after he passed away.
Boy, them little schnauzers, they're live wires, aren't they?
They're non-stop from the minute they wake up until the minute they go back to sleep.
Yeah, they're a high-energy little booger. I'll tell you, they're good dogs, though.
Yeah, there's nothing out in his backyard he hasn't tried to attack or kill. Every squirrel's got his name.
Crickets or anything. My neighbors, when we lived in Marlow, they had one, they called him Harley. And boy, he barked all the time.
Yeah, like when he gets after an armadillo, he's just out there with his front paws, jumping up and down on the back of it with his front paws, and that armadillo's just laughing at him, walking along.
And that yapping going 100 miles an hour.
Oh yeah, yapping big time, and that's just armadillo. He could care less. He knows that dog ain't gonna hurt him.
I had one of those, not the black and white, I had the brindle and white German Shepherd, and called him Lucky. That was his name. Them armadillos didn't get by him. He desperately hated an armadillo. He grabbed that thing with a shell, and that's all of it.
Yeah, I had an American Bulldog. It did that. It cracked their shells.
That German Shepherd, boy, he was smart. He was a good dog. There was no varmint come in that yard, and he just kept them out of there. Skunk, armadillos, no, they didn't come around. They might have come around, but when he was there, they didn't last very long.
Yeah, I like it when the possum comes back there. That possum will just roll up and play dead, and he'll just sit there and stare at it and say, then he'll just walk off. Okay, well, I did my job.
I bet that's funny to watch. Boy, old Lucky, he was a squirrel dog deluxe now. I used to go squirrel hunting a lot. You could take that dog, Curtis, and he had eyes like an eagle. Wherever he was looking, that's where that squirrel was. You'd walk around that tree, of course, that squirrel had moved. And I'd just stop and I'd say, bring him to me. And he'd walk around there and that squirrel would come around. And wherever he was looking, boy, he was intense now. He was very serious about them squirrels. And that's where he was. You could find him every time.
Yeah, the neighbor behind me has, they had 3 labs for a while, black labs. They're down to 2 now, but they got a tree right out in the middle of the yard, and they'd all run and they'd tree that squirrel, and then they'd sit at the base of that tree all day long, waiting for that squirrel to come down. And that squirrel would finally come down after a while and try to get away, and they'd grab him.
Them dogs, they was worth a lot of money, wasn't they?
Yeah, they got them babied out there. They got it made. They got all kinds of room to play, and then they got their own little room when they go in at night.
hadn't seen that skunk prowling around here. I think he finally left out. I smelled that old hound the other day. She smelled pretty cute, so I think she must have got it.
What you doing out there smelling the dogs?
Well, when they smell like skunk, they walk up to you, you know, you can smell it. You don't have to bend down there and smell them.
237 miles away, it says on Flash app.
$195 from me.
Closest lightning I see is over in Colorado.
We have got it a little bit to the west of Wichita, Kansas.
Southwest of Wichita.
But it's nice and overcast out there this morning.
Boy, I'll say.
Well, we got a little lightning in the Oklahoma Panhandle too, right at the tip of Texas.
That's where I was talking about. I saw it.
Yeah, kind of northwest of Woodard.
Yes, sir. Down about between Woodward and Buffalo. I'm telling you, this wheat that they planted is struggling, man. I tell you, it needs a rain bad.
Yeah, only thing I show is around the 23rd. A little rain around the 23rd.
Have you been out north and east? Well, you have. Did you see the wheat that they had planted going up, like going to Warwick and places?
Yeah, I saw it out there. It's looking pretty small.
It's blue and really hurts for water. I wonder how DUP's catfish come out the other day driving that far with it, Curtis.
Yeah, I wonder how much was still left by the time he got home.
You think he was munching on it on the way?
Oh, he said they was doing some sampling.
When it smells good like that, it's hard to stay out of it. I'd sure like to have every time I cross that Red River going to Wichita Falls. I look at all that sand down there. Boy, I'd like to have a bunch of that spread out on my place up here on that hill.
No river bottom sand?
Yeah, man, that Bermuda grass thrives in it.
Yeah, they can root in it real easy.
I had a neighbor when I was growing up, he'd go down to Rush Creek, take his tractor, fill that bucket full of Rush Creek sand, down there. Of course, it had a little soil to it, too. He'd bring it up and put it on his yard, and tilt that bucket, just, kind of just let it come out the bucket, on the grass lightly. And he'd take that, after he got it all out there, he'd take that blade and just skim it in that grass. He had the prettiest Bermuda grass you ever saw, and he'd never fertilized.
Well, I'm sure you got a sand quarry around there somewhere that would bring you a load of sand anytime.
Oh, I know they are, but it costs an arm and a leg as much as I want. I'd like to just, level in low places and stuff like that, just use it, But it'd take a lot of stuff for what I want to do with it.
Yeah, well, that sand's going to be the cheap part. Then you got to water the hell out of it to get the grass to grow in it.
That's true. That's true. Right here behind my house, I've thought about going down to Sherman and Denison or somewhere, maybe Denton. I don't know if I can find a place where I can buy me a pallet of that palmetto. Just cover about 500 square foot. I'd like to have that palmetto St. Augustine in my backyard. Water fill it up real good, just lay it on top of that soil, end to end. And then let it spread from there. I can water that and keep it alive, But I don't know. Palmetto, it's supposed to take the colder weather, a little bit better. But I'd like to try it and see how I can get it really spreading good.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're pushing the limit on St. Augustine as far as getting froze out. Because I've had it hit even here, and it's knocked out a little bit of mine 1 year in the backyard.
Yeah, the palmetto, though, it's supposed to take the colder weather. They developed it a little bit better down there in A&M for you could. We're pushing the limit here, but it would survive, they said, this far north. I had that in my yard when I lived down there north of Turan. Everybody, Turan, Oklahoma, everybody down there had it in their yard. And I was working for that company, we were putting in them sewer lines, doing all that street construction down there. I'd go in there with a motor grader, Curtis, and I'd roll that out of the bottom of that ditch about a foot wide, cleaning those, getting those shoulders and everything right. And I had them boys to roll that stuff up in a roll, cut it, just throw it in the bed of my pickup, my truck, and I'd drive it home. I'd get home and I'd just go out there and roll it right out on top of the ground, water it real good. That one summer I had that yard solid, St. Augustine. It was a beautiful lawn, real pretty.
I just assume concrete on mine.
Well, I figured you'd be different. What if I was yellow, you'd be red.
All right, Lee.
Well, you come back every time.
Hey, I try, man. I try.
You know, you ain't gonna get to me.
Oh, I haven't even started yet. I like my grass, so I really do. I like to go out and take care of it, fertilize it, and mow it as often as I can.
Well, you're getting the benefit. You're getting exercise, and you got a beautiful yard. You know, it helps a guy to get out there and do that kind of stuff. I can't do that up here, Curtis. I've got too much, you know, but I could stand that in my backyard, just a 500 square foot, you know, and then, you know, that St. Augustine, it'll crawl and grow, and I'd just like to try it.
Are you on city water?
No, I'm on well water.
Well, that'd grow good then. You don't have to worry about the chlorine part of it.
I'd mow that stuff. I just cut. Of course, up at OSU, they told me just cut 1/3 of that blade. Don't cut any more than 1/3 every time you mowed it. And I was mowing it twice a week at 3 inches tall. And all the kids, they would come over there and play in that and roll in that. And chiggers and fleas just don't get in it. It's too thick. You know, Bermuda grass will itch you, but St. Augustine will not itch you when you lay down in it and roll in it.
Yeah, my neighbors behind me with the labs, they find it, Zoysia has come in and put in, you know, rolled out all brand new yard back there and got it all established before they put the dogs out there. And it took off like gangbusters. Come through a little fence. So we got 12 foot of chain link fence back there, the big, tall cyclone type fence, and just to have a breezeway to dry the back area out after we have flooding. But anyhow, the grass comes through that chain link and into my backyard, and now I got about 10 foot of zoysia that I didn't even plant.
That zoysia is a good grass too.
That stuff's thick. It's thick as all get out. When you mow it, when you're mulching it, and you change directions, it's still sitting there. What you just mowed.
It's a pretty grass though, isn't it?
Yeah, they cut theirs down to probably 3/4 of an inch, and it just looks like a golf course out there.
Yeah, a lot of people use reel boards to cut that stuff down, and it's real pretty. St. Augustine, it's got to be cut high.
Yeah, I've got my mower on the highest setting. In the summertime, I put it on the highest setting, front and back, and then about late fall here pretty quick, I'll lower it down 1 notch and just let it ride at that, and it'll be about 3.5.
Right. Well, I had my mower on the highest setting, because the guy up there at OSU told me, he said, if you're mowing sound, just mow 1/3 of the blade off. And that's why I was mowing it twice a week. About every 4 days I was mowing it.
Yeah, I probably do a lot worse than that. I'll probably cut off half of it the way that stuff grows. If I mow once a week, it's doubled its height in 1 week.
Well, yeah, he told me, he said if you cut more than 1/3 off, you get out into the brown and don't keep it green, you know, like the way it's supposed to look. So I did what he told me, and it worked out real fine.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, no doubt about it. But I think once a week is about my limit that I'll get out there and mow that backyard.
More if you throw that fertilizer, I used to use that Spiz, and that stuff was so dark green, I'd fertilize it about every 3.5 weeks, and man, that stuff would get after it.
Gotcha. Well, I hit mine 3 times a year with that 13, 13, 13, and it really keeps the front and the back going good.
I'd lightly feed mine. He told me the settings, you know, to use. Of course, this guy was a lawn and turf guy, you know, up there at Oklahoma State. He told me about every 3.5 weeks, just give it a little light shot on it, you know, just keep it. He said, you don't want to overdo it, just give it a light feed. And when I lived in Marlow, I started that St. Augustine, and I did it the same way. In that place where I lived at, they still got it growing there on the west side of the house. It's real pretty and thick, you know. They don't mow it right, but that's the way I did it, and it seemed to really do good that way.
Curtis?
Yeah.
What is that group or that website where you go to ask questions? My display light went out on my 940 apparently today, and I think it's just a battery deal, but I need to ask the question.
Okay, Chat GPT.
Got it.
Yeah, that's General Paul Tom, GPT. Got the light right above your meter.
Well, I said display light. It's not the meter light or the program, you know, the readout display. It's the over here on the right-hand side, the little what would be the clock or the scope and the slope little deal in there.
Gotcha.
Let me look that up in the book, see what it's actually called.
Is that your clock over there?
the sub display, aka clock.
Gotcha. I see it says mode, hour, and minutes. The buttons below it and all that.
Yep.
The whole display would use the same, bulbs and everything on all the way across. Probably go to LED from incandescent over to LED.
Well, I knew there was a little battery in there or something that they talk about replacing sometime, but I'm sitting there. Most common cause is simply that the backlight bulb, incandescent or LED, is burned out. The sub-display, typically frequency display or meter, that's lamps behind the display. Yeah, it's fine everywhere else except for just right there. And the display itself, it's still, everything's in it. You can, all the numbers are still in it. It's just it's not lit up.
Right, the illumination part of it. You might be able to ask it what voltage it is and everything.
Well, it's giving me several different results of what could possibly be the problem. It gets deeper in the radio every time I scroll down some more.
Oh, yeah. You know what you want to do, though. You want to start with that bulb first. If it's incandescent, you can look at it and tell it's burnt out.
Yeah, and I guess it just, I don't know. I just now noticed it this morning, so I guess it quit working this morning.
How many times have you tapped on it?
Oh, I went out to the shop and got one of my 3-pound sledges, beat on the side of it for a minute. Didn't bring it around. That's usually what we use as a mechanic.
There you go.
I don't know why it wouldn't have come on after that, but, it didn't fix it.
Yeah, I was looking to see if there was a light button on there or something. Make sure you just don't have the light turned off.
No, it's got a dimmer switch on it. That's I checked that first thing. Yeah, it's completely just the light went out. That's all there is to it.
Now does it dim all of them?
Yeah.
Okay, if it's dimming all of them, then you can eliminate that.
Yeah, and see under, there is a, on top of that 940, there's a little trap door up there that you slide open. Well, I was playing with it when I was doing this mic playing with the other day, and I said, well, let me try the VOX deal. I'm going to get totally relaxed if I can get this VOX to work right, and I didn't think it was working. Well, come to find out, your VOX settings are up on top of the radio underneath this trap door that you've got to go in there and adjust that.
Got the one with the little screw in it?
Well, it's not a screw. It's just a place to grab it. It just slides open.
Oh, okay. Yeah, from the picture, it just looks like another little screw up there. It just slides to the right.
Yep. You just push it open, and then there's all your VOX settings and several other things in there. But it also has the contrast to the meter there, to that sub meter. And I hope, playing with it the other day,
because I said, oh, okay, well, here we go. And so I kind of adjusted a contrast where it made those numbers really stand out. I hope that didn't mess with it. It may have, I don't know. But anyways, I was playing, you know, if you're looking at it, you see all those different, you know, of course you can go down to from 10 hertz to 100 hertz on your meter, you know, on your display, what you want it to do. I don't know what the calibration deal is. That's something I need to read about. But in the memory bank, what you want to go with. But the others are the VOX controls, you know, in the radio. Which I have not tried with this microphone here. I tried it on that Heil. I really couldn't get them to work like I wanted to.
Yeah, I see all those little sliders and then your little toggle switches and all that.
Well, the people, my fan situation is still not resolved, but at least the people that sold me the deal, they sent me an email yesterday, day before yesterday, said we're still waiting on a response from UPS, and we're still trying. So they hadn't just thrown their hands up. So you know, maybe something happen sooner or later.
Well, that's good. You're still just out the money you paid the guys in Italy, and I guess they're aware of that. That's a good deal. You're not out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, it's just a shame that I can't get a response after 3 different emails to 2 different departments. I can't get a response back. That's what's bad. And apparently they're dealing with the same thing. They've sent in their request. As a vendor, you would think that UPS would want to get back to them, you know, with some kind of answer. But apparently they've got no answer as well. And so, you know, like I said, they're staying on top of it, and they've kept me informed. And, you know, unless they're blowing smoke up my butt, you know, that they're letting me know that they're still waiting on response, and that they have a case number in there, and they're trying to get it as resolved as quickly as possible.
Gotcha. Well, you know, like I said, that just UPS dragging their feet, you know. When they do something wrong, it's a different story. But boy, if you were doing something, if you owed them money, they'd be all over you.
Oh yeah. Well, anyway, that's where we're at on that deal. I spent all afternoon yesterday putting a dadgum on my 3rd motor now, trying to put a vent motor in my oven hood, the vent hood over my oven. The first 2 motors I ordered were the wrong direction, and you know, it's hard to find. Sometimes they'll tell the direction, which it just depends on how you mount it. Anyway, the 3rd motor I finally got one that will work, and but it had 3 wires instead of 2 wires. Thought I'd burn it up on the first time I hooked it up, because when I kicked it on, well, it smelled like burnt wires, right? And I said, oh Lordy, I done burnt this new motor up. Well, I think it was just the packing oil it had in it or something. And anyways, I spent all afternoon yesterday trying to figure out which wires to use and which not to use, and without electrocuting my damn self. And I finally got that put together, and cooked a hamburger stuff last night. She worked like a champ.
There you go. So you get a variable speed fan that you're just using at a single speed.
Well, it didn't say it was a 2-speed fan. That was the thing when I ordered it. It was designed for a Kenmore, Kenmore electric stove, which mine is not a Kenmore. And so it already came pre-wired with a 3-prong plug that just plugs into the deal. But it was the only one I could find that was mounted went the right direction, mounted the right way, and they actually showed a video of it, so I knew I was getting the right direction deal and the mounting deal. I still had to modify that a little bit, but anyways, got it working, works great, and it's all good in the hood now.
Good deal. Well, that's what you want. Get that stuff out of the house.
Literally, it's all good in the hood, the oven hood. I didn't realize I said that. So now I guess the next project of the day is to figure out what is going on with my Kenwood, even though I don't really look at that deal, but I notice it's gone and it's not working, and that just bugs the hound out of me.
Yeah. I know what you mean. It should be lit up.
Well, if I could, if this deal with these fans would ever work out, get it here and get them here, then I'll get this thing out and get it over on the workbench over here and start tearing into it. This thing, Kenwood, it ain't light by no means. It has a big, heavy power supply inside of it. I mean, it's I think 58 pounds by itself.
Yeah, that left-hand side of it looks like it's got a lot of meat to it.
It does. It's an industrial. I read the deal on it here a while back. That power supply is designed. It's an industrial size power supply that they used out of something. They adopted it out of some kind of deal. And but yeah, this radio weighs like 58 pounds. Or 48 pounds. It's a heavy son of a gun is what it is.
Well, can you pick it up?
Oh, I can pick it up, but I got to grunt a little bit.
Yeah.
You don't throw it around like you do this little DX10.
Makes the fun part.
I'm sorry I doubled with you.
I just think that wrapping your fingertips down around the bottom of it is the hard part.
Yeah, you don't throw it around like this little old DX10. This thing, you find a spot for it and you leave it alone.
You're what?
Oh, my brother called me. I was on the phone with him.
All right.
Do you mean your mama had more than one of you? Oh, God bless her.
Didn't learn too fast, did she? That'd be a fact.
According to ChatGPT, this radio weighs an actual 44.1 pounds.
That's about 2 of mine.
It's a boat anchor.
Down near it.
I had to get a forklift to put this AL80B on the table.
Yeah, that's another one you don't be throwing around. I got that same thing, Curtis. Yeah, you find a spot for that, and that's why I pulled my hair out here a while back chasing bad jumpers, because the one jumper that I did not take out, it was going to my amp, because it's so hard to get to, and you just don't roll that thing around. And of course, it was the last one out of 20 jumpers that I tested, and finally found it.
They got this TS940 LED, super bright LED upgrade kit for $10.99.
Better get two.
Well, I'll tell you what. I've got more LED light kits here. My AL80B, both my meter lights are out on it. They haven't worked since the day I got this thing, right? And so the lights in these Ameritron meters are built into the meter, and so everybody says, get the little strip LED lights, and you go in there when you open it up and just wire them in, and you'll be good to go. Well, I've got 3 packs of them sitting here right now. There are 12-volt lights, and so if I went in there and did that, I've got plenty of lights is what I'm saying. That's not a problem.
Yeah, assuming that the front panel lights are 12 volts.
Yeah, I think I just read that somewhere. Let me go back and look.
No, okay.
Richard just sent me a picture of that tube that's in that, he said it grids down by the cathode is shorted just like he said it was. Showed it. He sent me a picture of it. He took it out of there. And it sure is shorted out.
Boy, I'm glad he discharged it and everything.
He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He said that tube cost $349.
Yeah, but it's a 3,500. It is. That's what he was talking about earlier.
Yep. Yeah, he sent me a picture of it. He said right here, he said the grid is down by the cathode, and the cathode is shorted, just like he said it was.
They say that's one tough tube right there. If you burn that up, you got problems somewhere.
Well, he said it's been in there 8 years. It lasted 8 years, so it's done what it's supposed to do.
He talks a pretty long time when he talks, too, so he put some time on it.
Roger.
Set a brick on that sucker and burn it up.
Boy, that's a racket, because the bulbs don't charge. It probably don't cost him $20 to make those things.
TS940 uses a 14-volt meter light display lighting.
Gotcha. Okay, well, that answers that. Like their accessories, like say the fan and anything that's an accessory is on a 12-volt tap coming off that transformer.
No, everything comes out of the transformer. The main transformer is 28 volts VAC. Then it's further reduced by another transformer to 14 to rectify it, and then about another 18, which had to give 8 volts. I'm reading here. It applies logic to higher by 8 volts, regulated 8 volt force, delivered from a 14 volt step down. Anyways, I'm reading myself. Anyways, yeah, everything is. That was a problem with that Jim was finding a fan that would work on this thing because it was 28 volt, not 12 volts.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's oddball, ain't it? But that secondary, though, what size is the secondary transformer, that 12-volt transformer?
Well, it's further reduced by another transformer to 14 volts, rectified, and then to about 18 volts, which gives the 8-volt DC used to run the display. So now, if I'm reading this correct, it's actually using 8 volts. No, that's to run the display, not the light.
Gotcha. I was just wondering how big the 12-volt transformer was, if you could run a fan off of it.
I'm sure you can, but apparently he didn't want to do that. I don't know. I don't know how deep he got into it. He had some fans there that he tried to make work, from what I gather, and it didn't work out. So he just put it back together.
Gotcha. Yeah, you can always get a 28 to 12 volt transformer just for the fans also, and just put another little transformer in there, in there. Or if you're going to go to all that trouble, get a 110 to 28 volt 12 volt transformer just for fans, and just get 12 volt fans.
Yeah, I'll copy that. But speaking of Jim, I hadn't heard on him on here in a while. Anybody heard from him?
No, I hadn't heard him. God, it's been a week or two.
It's been a week since I've heard from him.
I heard him on 7220 the other day, I believe, for a little bit. I didn't stay there long. I heard him up somewheres up the band, somewheres here a few days ago. Yeah, I hadn't heard him on here in a while.
Well, I got my blood test results from this morning. I'm good to go, so I'm still live and kicking, they say.
Well, that's a good deal. We're glad to hear it.
Hell yeah, good deal. We got to have somebody on here to run this circus and keep all the monkeys in line.
Oh boy, that's the fun sometimes.
That's what the red button's for.
What, you got a red button on your radio?
Well, it's a black button with a red symbol in it.
Is that your volume control?
No, that's on and off.
Okay. Yeah, we need another notch for later on, huh? right back. I'm back.
Hello,
back. Well, I'm glad somebody is there, Curtis.
Well, I guess we're the only ones here.
K5 KFC on the scene.
Well, looky there. KG5CFG.
Entos TWM.
It's KJ5JGL, Joel in Oklahoma. I missed the 20.
Missed more than that.
10:45. I think I'll go ahead and sign off until 4 o'clock, guys, if it's not raining or lightning. Anyhow, we'll catch y'all later. Thanks for coming by. N5 CWM QRT.
All right, see you later, Curtis. Adios, Curtis. We'll catch you this afternoon, buddy.
I think I'm going to jump out, too. I'm getting kind of hungry.
All right. Well, I guess it's that time. We will shut this channel down, this frequency down. So I'll follow y'all out the door. Joel, Curtis, and Curtis, adios. We'll catch y'all this afternoon. K5 KFC, we are QRT.
KG5 CFG QRT.
See you at 4. All right, I'll catch all of y'all at 4 o'clock. This is KJ5JGL. Just good looking, and we're QRT.
repeater. Just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, now I'm turn that one down. I'm hearing myself. I'm on the green repeater. Go ahead and make one, or so make sure I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. No problem at all hearing you. I bet you got something on your tone set up incorrectly, if I had to guess. The decode needs to be 91.5. That is weird. One time down there, it did this thing, like somebody was queuing up on top of it or something. Do you have another radio or anything besides the mini tone to test with, or? And it's the thing you try to do on the balloon repeater.
You know what, Craig? I don't think we did. I don't think we did. This is the first time I'm hearing that call sign. And the only way I knew it was you is your voice. Yeah, very good. Greg, did you say you got anything from that storm? Very good, sir. Yeah, we had a lot of rain. Well, not from the storm. We've had a lot of rain this whole season, so we're glad that it's finally calming down now. But Greg, good to hear you in there, buddy. And you stay well. And boy, it's been a long time. Take care, and we'll be in touch. All right. Foxtrot India, sir. Stand by 1 second, please. Very good, Greg. You stay well and take care, and have a great one. And man, do we go back? Wow. Okay, I'm going to break with November 2 Papa X-ray, and the station ending in Foxtrot India. Give me a call sign and stand by, sir. All right? Stand by one second, sir. We're going to get to this. Yeah, you're on the list. Stand by 1 second, please. Let me go over that. I'm going to break with November 2 Papa X-ray. Let's go over to Alpha Delta 2 Echo Echo. Good afternoon. Very good, Mike. Where in Brooklyn are you? Oh my gosh, I know it well. My grandparents were Ocean Avenue and Avenue U over there. Roger that. Are you in a house or in an apartment building? So what antenna are you working with? It's working well. Very good, sir. It's working extremely well. You're doing very well with that, and I love those things. Those things work great. Well, you stay well, my friend. It's good to hear you in there, and thanks for making my memories, okay? Going to break with Alpha Delta 2 Echo Echo. Let's go over to 205 Echo Charlie Uniform. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the Maritime. Very good, Clyde. Good to hear you in there, my friend, and hopefully the rain stops for us. I know you guys got a bunch of it too, right? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I think we had rain a couple of days ago, but it's been a very rainy season. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? Clyde, listen, you stay well, my friend. Take care, and thanks for making a marathon. That's why your day is always over. Kilo 5 Echo Charlie Uniform. I'm going to break with you, and let's go over that. The last check-in of this week, Alpha Bravo 2 Foxtrot India. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the Maritime. Very good, sir. Good to hear you in there. And where in Brooklyn are you, over? Roger that, sir. Well, you got a good 5 and 9 signal, no problem here at the Central Florida, over. Roger that. Well, listen, you have a wonderful day. Thanks for making the maritime night part of your day, sir. Over. Roger, sir. Thank you. Alpha Bravo 2 Fox Trinity, break with you. Folks, this is the Maritime Mobile Service Network. 35 minutes past the hour, sort of a little bit late here, but that's okay. We're going to check for any maritime or marine mobiles. I'm going to do a full 360-degree swing. I'll take any maritime or marine mobiles or any stationary type of weather information. Over. Whiskey 4 Uniform Oscar Charlie, I believe are you maritime? Right. Let me get you real quick. Where are you located, sir? Very good, Tom. Good to hear you in there. You're 5 and 9, no problem here into Central Florida. And unless you have any other traffic, you stay well, okay? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Folks, once again, this is the Maritime Mobile Service Network. My call sign Kilo Bravo 4 Juliet Kilo Lima. We're checking only for maritime or marine mobiles, or any stationary type of weather information. 360-degree swing, over. Okay, rotating into the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, whatever you'd like to say, and also towards the Texas coastline. Are there any maritime or marine mobiles? Any stationary type of weather information? Over. Rotating down towards the south, towards the Caribbean. Are there any maritime or marine mobiles? Any stationary type of weather information? Any station in the island nation of Haiti needing to pass any traffic or wanting to check into the maritime net? Over. Rotating towards the east, towards the Atlantic Basin. Are there any maritime or marine mobiles? Any stationary type of weather information? Any station in the island nation of Haiti needing any communications test or wanting to check in? Over. Okay, rotating back around. Any maritime or marine mobiles? Any stationary type of weather information? Any station in the island nation of Haiti needing any traffic pass and wanting to communicate with this net control operator? Okay, rotating back towards the north. Are there any maritime or marine mobiles? Any stationary type of weather information? Over. Okay, checking for any tropical weather for any maritime or marine mobiles out there. This is a tropical weather outlook from the National Hurricane Center, Miami, Florida, 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Monday, October 13th, 2025, for the North Atlantic, Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of America. National Hurricane Center is issuing advisories on newly formed Tropical Storm Lorenzo located in central tropical Atlantic. Tropical cyclone formation is not expected during the next 7 days. Stand by, please. Okay, this is radio station Kilo Bravo 4 Juliet Lima. This is from the National Weather Service, and actually, this is from the National Hurricane Center, Miami, Florida. Tropical Storm Lorenzo Advisory number 2. This is from the National Weather. This is National Hurricane Center, Miami, Florida. 11 a.m. AST, Monday, October 13th, 2025. Tropical Storm Lorenzo strengthening slightly over the central tropical Atlantic. This is from marine traffic out there. Location is 14.0 north, 41.2 west, about 1,150 miles west of the Cape Verde Islands. Maximum sustained winds 50 miles per hour. Present movement northwester 310 degrees at 16 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure 1,002 millibars. At 11 a.m. AST, the center of Tropical Storm Lorenzo was located near latitude 14.8 north, longitude 41.2 west. Lorenzo is moving towards the northwest near 18 miles per hour, and this motion with a gradual slowdown is expected through tonight, followed by a turn to the north on Tuesday. Maximum sustained winds have increased to near 50 miles per hour with higher gusts. Little change in strength is forecast through early Tuesday, but some gradual intensification is possible by the middle portion of the week. Tropical storm force winds extend up to 160 miles from the center. That's big. The estimated minimum central pressure is 1,002 millibars. Does anyone need a repeat? Over. Okay, maritime traffic looking at the tropical weather outlook for the eastern Pacific from the National Weather Service, National Hurricane Center, Miami, Florida, 5 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. For the eastern and central North Pacific, east of 180 nautical miles, 180 latitude. South of southern Mexico, a broad trough of low pressure located a couple of hundred miles southeast of Guatemala is producing disorganized showers and thunderstorms. Little development is expected during the next few days while the system meanders well offshore. Towards the end of the week, environmental conditions appear more conducive for development, and a tropical depression would form, while the system drifts northward and northwestward near or just offshore of the coast of southern Mexico. Formation chance through 48 hours, low near 0%. Formation chance through 7 days, medium 40%. Does anyone need a repeat of? tracking with boatwatch.org for any missing and/or overdue vessels. There are no current watches reported to boatwatch.org at this point, so that is good news. Very good news. Are there any maritime or marine mobiles wishing to check in with traffic? Once again, taking an extended listen to maritime or marine mobiles only. The frequencies in use, sir. Thank you for asking about maritime. I appreciate it.